Got it, I guess. Now it's going to set that up. There's supposed to be a tab that pops up in the browser. Now, that is this tab. Got it, I guess. Now let's close this tab up.
Close this
There's
tab.
supposed to be a tab that pops. Yeah. And now it should be live streaming.
Okay, and that's what it says.
Yeah, see live. But if you don't close that tab, it causes like a feedback issue,
I see.
and it'll be a mess. So more, there's only one option when you click on more, live stream, and make sure you close out that thing that comes up. It
Gotcha.
should tell you it's live streaming there.
Can I just leave this here now?
I don't know. I mean,
Or shall I wait and start it?
Sunday's perpetually reminding me about hot mic issues.
Okay.
How's that judge being the chief judge? What an idiot.
Are you shitting right now? You weren't fucking muted. Who has the volume going? Who should have their volume going?
Join with computer audio.
Got it. Okay.
Alyssa! Turn my name.
Alyssa, your camera's on.
Camera's on.
Great, I have no sound.
Trying to figure out this meeting. It's going to be a Zoom meeting with Jet and him. But I'm wondering if we can't get on through YouTube or whatever that is. We'll just have to mess around with it later. It's clicking in here.
Steve, you're on mute. It looks like you're talking, but you're on mute.
That's pretty funny because I was telling everybody to mute themselves. So go ahead and mute yourselves if you need to be conferring or lining up logistics until the round starts. Thank you. We're waiting for Judge Kilgore.
Can you not see me, Steve?
I see you, Steve. You're muted, Steve.
All right, I'm not going to mute myself ever again. Okay, so do we have Judge Kilgore? We have Ms. Vo? Yes?
Yes,
Charlie
sir.
goes there.
Dave Migliaccio
Iliacho, the G is soft.
and Mr. Shoemaker. All right, so I guess if we could all virtually rise for the court and then sit down. Just in terms of administering the courtroom, the only folks who should be in this courtroom are participants, judges, and timekeepers. Is there anybody who is in a category other than those who is in the courtroom now? And can the two teams, we'll start here with team 3, confirm that all of the participants for this round are present?
Your Honor, we believe that we do have a teen parent that accidentally came in the meeting without like the correct instructions
Okay,
to go to the YouTube live stream. So
okay,
be the one person that we are not sure of, but other than that, everyone looks good.
all right.
So where
And-
are we supposed to go? Sorry, I didn't realize we weren't supposed to be here. This was the link I got. So
We will go to, you have a pen out?
I do.
You go to Colorado HS mock trials, TRIALS on, oh, maybe that's not true. Why don't you just stay in the courtroom for now and You-
I will.
And don't participate
Okay.
in any way, of course.
Yep.
So is the entirety of team 3 present?
Yes, Your Honor, the entirety of here.
Is the entirety of team 2 present?
Yes, Your Honor.
With that said, you may be seated and please proceed.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Teller County Court Judge Teresa Kilgore, and it's an honor for me to be able to participate in this mock trial today. I'll ask first, I will ask Team 3, are you ready for trial?
Your Honor.
And Team 2, are you ready for trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
I would ask that each side provide copies of its trial roster. I'm not sure exactly how that works, or if you're going to be able to post that or share that on our Zoom meeting. Oh, I see that there is a share file. So then my question is, how do I see that? The shared file.
Your Honor, if you just click on the chat and then click one of the copies, it should save it to your computer and you'll be able to view it that way.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Your Honor, we're actually having a technical difficulty with our timekeeper. They're switching computers real quick, but they'll be posting everything for us.
Okay, sounds good. I'm just gonna, I think I have.
They'll also need to be readmitted into the Zoom after they get back on.
Okay.
This is Bailey. I'll keep my eye out.
Sounds great. So now I just need to really quickly look, I think, at documents to find that. Right, I do have a trial roster. Looks like I have, I do have that for, I believe, the team 2. And so I'll just wait for perhaps team 3 to get that to us.
Yes. Your Honor, I'm seeing team 3 in the
Your
chat.
Honor, we already posted our trial roster in the chat.
Oh,
Your
it's in the chat. I thought there was somebody who had mentioned that I needed to wait for the timekeeper or something and they had to be readmitted. Oh, but I do see it. Thank you so much. Right, I think I'm getting a handle on the technology, I hope. All right.
Our timekeeper is now in the waiting room.
Oh, good. Oh, in the waiting room. So, Mr. Bailey, are you able to admit the timekeeper?
Yes.
All right. Well, I will ask that anyone in this virtual courtroom who is connected with teams not competing in this round, otherwise teams 2 and 3, to leave the courtroom. I believe we may have one parent, but it sounds like we've made a waiver for that particular parent. Is that right, Mr. Bailey?
That's correct. I think it'll take too much time to direct that person into the right place. So simply ask that person to stay muted and not participate in any fashion.
Okay. So, and if you could tell me your name, sir? I think I heard you speak a moment ago. Is your last name Nealon? Well, maybe they're muted. So that's, I would just
Your
ask.
Honor,
Yes.
I believe he left and we now have a different parent in the room now. But
Oh,
same person's parent though.
okay. What's the parent's name? Can that parent identify him or herself?
Yes, it's Paula Cooper.
All right. And you're a parent of a competitor on which team?
Team 3.
Number 3. All right. And so it sounds like, I guess, Mr. Bailey, I'll just check in again. Should we give Ms. Cooper, I guess, the address, the website where she should go to listen in, or she'll just remain here? If you are going to remain in this courtroom, in this virtual courtroom for the mock trial, Ms. Cooper, I advise you to mute on your end, mute your computer or whatever you're using to connect to this meeting on your end. And also you cannot participate in any way, make any statements, okay?
And that's right, Your Honor. In the interest of time, I think we should just proceed.
Okay. All right. I will remind teams that no recesses will be allowed once the trial starts. I'll ask the scoring panelists, Ms. Bowe, Mr. Migliaccio, Mr. Shoemaker, whether they've had an opportunity to review those team rosters, if they were able to find them, and whether they see any conflict in or in judging or scoring in this mock trial.
I don't have any conflict, but Team 2 sent the trial roster for both the plaintiff, prosecution, and on the other side is the defense. So we just need to make sure on our score sheet what we got.
Okay. And I'm trying to find it myself, so.
Your Honor, just for the record.
Yes, ma'am.
Team 3 is the plaintiff.
That's right.
We realize that, but on our score, we just need to make sure who's what.
Right. So what's your question specifically? I'm just trying to get to my the documents. I've put them somewhere and now I can't find them. So I'll just have to pull them up again on the
Well, Team 3 is the plaintiff. Team
Yes.
2 is the defense. So
Yes.
you need the side that's got the opening by Isabel Carlton for your scoring.
Actually, it's the opening by Brendan Maher. It's that roster. Sorry about that.
Brendan Maher. Okay, so the defense. I'm sorry, I had it the wrong side.
All right, so trial roster for plaintiff. So I'm just looking at that now. Any conflict issues for any of the panelists regarding these student attorneys and witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Not hearing that there are any conflicts as to those. Trying to go back. In regard to the folks for the trial roster, and that is on defense. any conflict for any of the scoring panelists with the student attorneys and witnesses on team 2?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. All right.
Oh.
I will remind teams and coaches. I'm not sure. Are the coaches also participating or monitoring? Are they in the trial?
No, Your Honor, they will be viewing from the YouTube link, I believe is what we said.
Okay, so the only ones we have are the student attorneys and witnesses. Thank you so much. I'll just remind you, the teams that are competing, that any disputes arising out of this competition must be reported in accordance with competition rules. I'll remind teams that their compliance with time requirements will be considered in scoring individual performances. I will now ask each side to introduce the participating team members, attorneys, and witnesses. We'll start with team 3.
Your Honor, opposing counsel, and members of the jury. My name is Asia Hallbeck, and I'll be providing the closing argument for the plaintiff, conducting the cross-examination of Blake Doncourt, and providing the direct examination of Dakota Weirs. My witness would now like to introduce herself.
Thank you.
Your Honor, my name is Jada Askew, and I am Dakota Weirs.
Thank you.
My co-counsel would now like to introduce themselves.
Your Honor, opposing counsel, and members of the jury, my name is Christopher Cooper, and I will be providing the opening statement for the plaintiff, conducting the cross-examination of Skylar Weirs, and the direct examination of Carson Durst. My witness would now like to introduce herself.
Your Honor, my name is Alyssa Springs Pena, and I am Carson Durst.
My co-counsel would now like to introduce herself.
Your Honor, opposing counsel, and members of the jury. My name is Sydney Pavetti, and I will be conducting the cross-examination of Dr. Devin Williams and the direct examination of Dr. Casey Rogers. My witness would now like to introduce herself.
Your Honor, my name is Sierra Bourne, and I am Dr. Casey Rogers.
Thank you. And I would like to then now ask team 2 to introduce themselves and their witnesses.
Your Honor, members of the jury and counsel, my name is Brendan. I'll be delivering the opening statement, direct examining Blake Doncourt, and cross-examining Carson Durst. My co-counsel would like to introduce themselves at this time.
Your Honor, opposing counsel, and members of the jury, my name is Nkechi Onyejikwe, and I will be leading the direct examination of Skylar Weirs and the cross-examination of Dr. Casey Rogers.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, opposing counsel, and members of the jury. My name is Will Damon, and I will be delivering the direct examination of Dr. Devin Williams, the cross-examination of Dakota Weirs, as well as our closing argument. Your Honor, at this time, our witnesses would like to introduce themselves.
Your Honor, opposing counsel, and members of the jury, my name is Vi Wing, and I am Dr. Devin Williams.
Your Honor, opposing counsel, and members of the jury, my name is Ria Singh, and I am Skylar Weirs.
Your Honor, opposing counsel, and members of the jury, my name is Jet Fisher, and I am Blake Doncourt.
Thank you so much. All right, what I need to do now is swear the team members in. If you could all please raise your right hand. All of you raise your right hands, please. Team members, do you promise that the presentation you are about to give will faithfully and truthfully conform to the facts and rules of the mock trial competition? If so, answer, I do.
I do.
Thank you. All right, Thank you. All right, I think we are ready to proceed. I will ask first the plaintiffs, team number 3, whether there are any preliminary matters they would like to raise.
Yes, Your Honor. We would like the record to reflect that opposing counsel has received copies of all of our witness statements, exhibits, and stipulations prior to this trial today.
Thank you.
No further preliminary matters, Your Honor.
Thank you. And does the defense have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. On behalf of both teams, let the record reflect that one of my team members will be posting the appropriate trial rosters for competition in the Zoom chat for the purpose of exchanging rosters and preliminary matters.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, we request that the court's preference on recrossing examination.
I'm not sure if I understand your question. I think maybe help me understand.
Your Honor, we're just asking whether you allow recross or not.
Generally speaking, I would not. I mean, generally there'll be a direct, a cross, and a redirect. But unless something unusual happens or there's some unusual new information that is brought up on that redirect, which I guess I guess it's possible that would happen. It would have to be that kind of event before I would allow a recross, but generally I would not.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, we ask that pursuant to competition rule 7.4 that when an exhibit is shown to a witness, a member of the examining attorney's team will be able to pull that exhibit utilizing the Zoom screen sharing function. Additionally, all exhibits or other documents posted in this manner are deemed to not have been shown to the jury unless the counsel asks them to be published.
Okay, so all of your exhibits are going to come up in the chat, is what I'm understanding?
They'll be brought up with screen sharing, so everybody will be able to see them.
Oh,
we're just asking
wonderful.
the jury doesn't take them into account until they've been published.
Okay, all right. That I will grant that request and ask the jurors, the scoring panel, to be mindful of that issue.
Yes, Your Honor. And also, according to competition rule 4.7, we ask that no additional edits are to be made to the documents, including markings and enlargements outside of today's trial, and only will be allowed if edits were made in today's trial utilizing the Zoom annotation tools. In addition, pursuant to rule 7.4, we can utilize Zoom annotation tools to enlarge documents during the trial.
I'll just ask if the plaintiff has any objection to that request.
No, Your Honor.
All right, that's granted.
Additionally, we ask that all evidence be deemed to have been constructively handed to opposing counsel for the review.
Okay, I think that will be granted as well.
Your Honor, if at any point in the trial the court cannot hear or see the witness or attorney, please feel free to interrupt at any point.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, we understand that sounds quality and internet connectivity may vary at all times throughout the trial, and we ask that if either team experiences difficulties in regards to internet connection, that the court stops all proceedings in time to allow the witness or attorney to come back and re-ask the question so then they can answer in their full capacity.
I would grant that request as well within some limits. I think we have some time limits for today, but certainly.
Yes, Your Honor. And finally, Your Honor, we ask that our timekeepers be allowed to post time remaining publicly within the Zoom chat to ensure that we meet time demands as it is a time trial.
Yes, that is granted.
No further preliminary matters at this time, Your Honor.
All right. I've been reminded that I do need to swear in the scoring panelists, and I do appreciate that reminder. Scoring panelists, Ms. Bell, Mr. Migliaccio, and Mr. Shoemaker, if you also could raise your right hands. Do you promise to adjudicate the mock trial competition as fairly and objectively as possible in accordance with the facts, procedures, and rules of the mock trial competition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. And thanks for that reminder. All right, I think we're ready to get started. Would the plaintiff like to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed, counsel.
How much is one life worth? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the question we are here to answer today. Lush Fertilizer Incorporated has put a product on the market that may have caused the plaintiff's cancer. Dakota Weirs, the plaintiff, has non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and believes that it is because of a Lush product. Dakota was only 14, trying to make a little bit of money working for a company called Haven Landscaping when she was exposed to Lush's products. And after many years of using Lush's products, Dakota has developed cancer. Her life is basically ruined, and she's only 20 years old, and she can't do any of her favorite things, such as help in the community and play the... Dakota loved playing the piano and would play day and night and anytime she got the chance. She even got a full ride scholarship to Juilliard, the top art school in the country. But because she has cancer, she can't play the piano and is at risk of losing her scholarship. 20 years old, isn't that the age that you're supposed to feel free? Like there is no worry in the world. Now Dakota can't even help with basic tasks around the house, let alone go out into the world and be free. So how much is one life worth? It should be valuable, should it not? Members of the jury, we have what is called a burden of proof in this case. We have to prove to you that the defendant manufactured a fertilizer product containing a chemical compound known as Drufo. The defendant was negligent by failing to exercise reasonable care to prevent the product from creating an unreasonable risk of harm to people who might have reasonably been expected to use the product in a manner the defendant might have reasonably expected. The plaintiff was one of those persons or people the defendant should have reasonably expected to use their product, and that the plaintiff had damages that were caused by the defendant's negligence while the product was being used in a manner the defendant should have reasonably expected. You'll hear testimonies today from many different witnesses. One of them will be Carson Durst, a former Lush scientist that had concerns about Lush's bonding agent Drufo. And it was brought to the attention of Lush's leaders that their product could be carcinogenic and that they said to sweep it under the rug. Another witness you'll hear from today is Dr. Casey Rogers, who conducted a study into Lush's products and found that people who used Lush's products more often developed cancer than people who didn't use Lush's products. Now, counsel for the defense tried to convince you that Dakota Weirs was also negligent in their actions, leading up to Dakota having cancer. Even if you believe their arguments and you believe Dakota may have been negligent too, you still should find the defendant liable if you believe that the defendant's negligence was greater than anything Dakota may have not done. The judge will explain this and has probably explained it before and will continue to explain it throughout the case, but please keep in mind through today's trial, how much is one life worth? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Would the defense like to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, opposing counsel, members of the jury. My name is Brendan Maher, and my co-counsel and I are here today to represent Lush Fertilizer Incorporated. This case consists of the miscalculated, the misplaced, and the misused. Since the year of 2000, Blake Doncourt has grown our client, Lush Fertilizer Incorporated, after years of thorough research and development and significant capital, into one of the world's largest suppliers of yard and commercial fertilizers. Lush Fertilizer had a flagship product called Lush Fertilizer, that allowed businesses and individuals alike to get that vibrant green grass that everybody loves. And this is made possible through Lush's patent and bonding agent, Drufo. Lush Fertilizer Incorporated and Mr. Blake Doncourt are focused on the environment and the good that humans can put back into the world. They donate 10% of their annual earnings towards charities focused on decreasing the nitrogen footprint left by humans. They also have been instrumental in helping create state and national legislation that is focused on educating on environmental issues worldwide. Our client is now facing the accusation that their bonding agent, Drufo, is linked with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and that they ignored research and data concluding so. Their extensive research and testing before the release of their product did not identify any such link between Drufo and non-Hodgkin lymphoma, and this was a miscalculation on others' parts. Since there was little to no risks of persons using the fertilizer, there was no need under state or federal law to put any sort of warning label on the product. A label would have been put there if any law or any data research concluded so, that it needed to be there. Today, you will hear from 3 witnesses from the defense. Dr. Devin Williams, the lead at the Toxicology Research and Development Labs at Lush Fertilizer Incorporated. Skylar Weirs, an investigative journalism with Modern Agritech and the twin sibling of the plaintiff. And finally, Blake Doncourt, the CEO of Lush Fertilizer Incorporated. Dr. Devin Williams will testify to her involvement in the development of Drufo, the research that went into developing the chemical, as well as her expert opinion on the miscalculated studies of other researchers. Skylar Weirs will testify to her findings on Modern Agritech and how the chemical Drufo was misplaced as a carcinogen, and will also testify to her relationship with the plaintiff, Dakota Weirs. Lastly, Blake Doncourt will testify to the good nature of the company, the amount of extensive research that went into the production of Lush Fertilizer, and his connection to Carson Durst. The miscalculated, the misplaced, and the misused. The plaintiff will call 3 witnesses as well today. Dakota Weirs, the plaintiff who developed non-Hodgkin lymphoma and is now accusing Lush Fertilizer of hiding or willfully ignoring studies that showed a connection between Drufo and being a carcinogen. Carson Durst, a former employee of Lush Fertilizer who was fired and got employed at the biggest competitor of Lush, Terrace Greenery, to spite Blake Doncourt, and Dr. Casey Rogers, a professional at the University of California in Berkeley. As the defense, we do not hold the burden of proof. That responsibility lies solely upon the plaintiff. They must prove these 4 statements: that Lush Fertilizer contains the bonding agent Drufo, Lush Fertilizer Incorporated was negligent by failing to exercise reasonable care to prevent the product from creating unreasonable harm, Dakota Weirs was reasonably expected to use said product, and that Dakota Weirs' damages were caused by negligence of Lush Fertilizer Incorporated, as she was reasonably supposed to use the product. If you find that any of these 4 statements have not been proved today, your verdict must be for the defense. At this time, the defense rests.
Thank you. I'm taking a brief pause to allow scoring. All right. Would the plaintiffs like to call their first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, we call Dakota Weirs to the stand.
Thank you.
Please state your name, spelling the last for record.
Dakota Weirs, Weirs.
How old are you?
I am 20 years old.
What do you do for a living?
Nothing.
Do you have a job?
No.
Why not?
Because I have non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, I can no longer function properly in society.
Why are you here today, Dakota?
I am suing Lush Fertilizer because their products gave me non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Why do you believe Lush Fertilizer is responsible?
There was a story about Lush Fertilizer's main ingredient, Drufo.
How do you know that you were exposed to Drufo?
Well, when I was 14 years old, I worked at Havens Landscaping. I was responsible for seed and fertilizer, and one of the main fertilizers I used was Lush Fertilizer.
Where did you often use this product?
I often use this product in the main lobbies of large office buildings.
How did you find out about Drufo?
I use Lush Fertilizer's product.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that my co-counsel is sharing on the computer screen a copy of what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 1.
It will so reflect once I see it. The record does so reflect.
Would you please identify the document you see on the screen?
Yes, this is an accurate description of Lush Fertilizer, just as I remember it.
Is this document the type of label you saw while working at Haven Landscaping?
Yes.
Is this document true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibit 1. Its authenticity has been stipulated to and its accuracy shown.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 1 to the jury by posting it in the chat.
Granted.
What is depicted on the Lush Fertilizer label?
It shows ingredients of Lush Fertilizer, but no warnings.
Why is no warning label on fertilizer packaging important to you, Dakota?
Well, if you have warnings on the packaging, then you could take certain precautions.
Why do you believe that your illness was not caused by other environmental factors?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
Response?
I will add another question, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Let's talk about your reasons for believing you have non-Hodgkin's lymphoma from Drufo. Why do you believe that your illness was not caused by other environmental factors?
Well, I have a twin, and we basically
Your Honor,
participate.
I'm going to still object on the grounds of lax foundation.
Could you be specific as to the foundation that you're looking for, Mr. Damon?
Your Honor, opposing counsel has not established the foundation that the witness believes that Drufo was associated with environmental factors. This is the first time I've been hearing of the environmental factors, and I think it just lacks foundation at this point.
Response?
Your Honor, I'll add a question about the environmental factors.
Okay.
Your Honor, I move to strike the witness's response from the record.
I'm going to let the witness go ahead and her counsel establish that foundation. So I'm going to overrule that objection.
What do you believe your illness was caused by?
Drufo.
Is Drufo environmental?
Yes.
Why do you believe that your illness was not caused by other environmental factors?
Well, I have a twin, and we basically participate in everything. And Hodgkin's lymphoma is environmental. So if my twin had worked at Havens Landscaping when I did, she would have gotten Hodgkin's lymphoma too.
Now let's talk a little bit about your time at Haven Landscaping. Were there any safety recommendations in place?
Yes, there was.
What were these safety recommendations?
We were technically told to wear long pants, long sleeves, and gloves.
Were these safety recommendations ever enforced?
No, they were not. They were recommended.
Why did you not follow all the safety recommendations?
Well, it was hot outside. I was 14 years old, and all the workers were not wearing protective gear. Had I would have known this would have caused non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, I would have taken further precautions.
Now let's talk a little bit about non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Okay.
Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
It is a cancer.
What are the symptoms you've experienced with this cancer?
I have extremely painful lymph nodes, I have rapid weight loss, frequent chills, chest pains. They're horrible.
Is there a cure for this cancer?
Unfortunately, there's not.
Now let's talk a little bit about the impact non-Hodgkin's lymphoma has had on you. How has non-Hodgkin's lymphoma affected you?
Ever since I was a young girl, I loved the piano, and it in fact bring me closer to my grandfather. And I even got a scholarship from Juilliard. But now that I have my condition, I can no longer do the things that I love.
What do you hope to accomplish in suing Lush Fertilizer?
I hope that people do not get the condition that I had.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Weirs, you've worked at Haven Landscaping since you were about 14 years old. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
And during your time at Haven Landscaping, you were primarily responsible for spreading seed and fertilizer.
I did, yes.
Because you were not old enough to use the machinery.
Yes.
Now, you believe Lush Fertilizer caused your cancer because there was no warning or recommendation on the packaging.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to have you refer to exhibit number 1, and I'm going to have my co-counsel pull that exhibit up, Your Honor, as it's already been admitted into evidence. All right, just 1 minute, Your Honor.
No worries.
Now, on this packaging, there are user safety recommendations. Is that correct?
Yes, they are.
And one of those recommendations states to utilize protective clothing that covers exposed skin.
Yes, that is correct.
However, you never wore any protective clothing.
I did not, but had I would have known that this caused non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, I would have taken further precautions.
And in addition to these recommendations, there's also a recommendation that you should wear a mask or an N95 mask.
No, these were enforced.
But on the packaging, it says that the product recommended to you to use a respirator or an N95 face mask.
Yes.
Yet you never wore a mask.
I did not. It was hot outside. And again, had I would have known this would have caused non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, I would have taken further precautions.
Now, your boss always told you to cover your face when working with chemicals.
That is correct.
But you never followed your boss's instructions.
I did not know.
Because it was just plainly too hot.
Yes, but again, had I would have known this would have caused my cancer, I would have taken further precautions.
Now, Lush Fertilizer isn't the only brand of fertilizer you used while working at Haven Landscaping.
Correct.
You used Lush Fertilizer among several other fertilizers and lawn chemicals.
Correct.
And while using these chemicals, you still did not wear any protective clothing.
Asked and answered.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm asking if the witness used protective clothing with the other chemicals that they used rather than Lush Fertilizer in particular.
Overruled.
So let me re-ask my question. With those other chemicals and lawn fertilizers, you still did not wear protective clothing.
Correct.
Because pretty much everyone, including yourself, did not wear protective clothing.
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect, Ms. Hollebeck.
Yes, Your Honor. Why did you not follow all of the safety recommendations at Haven Landscaping?
Like I said, I was 14 years old and it was hot outside and the other workers weren't wearing their protective clothing.
Do Do you regret not wearing your protective gear?
Of course I do. I have no Hodgkin's lymphoma. It's horrible.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Weir, you are excused at this time. Does the plaintiff have any other witnesses they wish to call?
Yes, Your Honor, we call Carson Durst to the stand.
All right.
Please state your name, spelling the last for the record.
Carson Durst, D-U-R-S-T.
What do you do during the day, Carson?
I'm lead product developer at Terrace Greenery.
Did you have any previous jobs?
Yes, I was a product engineer at Lush Fertilizer Incorporated.
And why did you choose to work for Lush Fertilizer Incorporated?
Over spring break of my college year, I had come up upon this opportunity to get into Lush as an intern, and not many people make it, and I thought I'd take a chance.
And what was your relationship with the Doncourts, the CEO of Lush?
They were like a second family to me. I grew up with them.
And when did you start with Lush Fertilizer?
In June of 2003.
And when you were hired, were you assigned a certain position?
Yes, I was an intern on the research and development team.
And when did you become a product development engineer?
Roughly 3 months after starting my internship there.
And were you still on the research and development team when you were promoted?
Yes, I was.
Did you help on any specific projects while working at Lush?
Yes, throughout the many projects that I've worked on, the development of Drufo was our main project.
And did you know what Drufo was going to be used for?
Yes, Drufo is used as a bonding agent and fertilizer to help with soil and crops.
And did you have any specific tasks in the researching of Drufo?
Yes, during the researching of Drufo, I was tasked with finding what the chemicals that comprised in Drufo.
And what were the results of your research into Drufo?
I had come across an article, well, more so a study done in England about what had been carcinogenic in rats.
Response?
Your Honor, this is hearsay, but as you will see in the next questions and when I enter Exhibit 3, that it is a business record because it is something published and people at Lush would use it to cross-check their research.
Your Honor, if I may, I believe that that foundation needs to be set before bringing in that document.
I will overrule the objection at this time and allow plaintiff an opportunity to establish that foundation, the necessary foundation.
And did you document the finding of this article?
Yes, I did in my lab notebook.
Your Honor, with your permission, I request that my co-counsel share what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 3.
Granted.
Have you seen this document before?
Yes, it is the article about it being carcinogenic in rats.
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, we move to enter Exhibit 3.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. Objection to hearsay. This is an article being given for the truth of the matter asserted.
Any response, Mr. Cooper, to the hearsay objection?
Yes, Your Honor. This is hearsay, but as I have previously stated, it is a business record due to hearsay exception 8036 because it has been published and people at Lush would use it to cross-check their research.
Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 8036, is that what you said, Mr. Cooper? You need to prove, you need to lay a lot of foundation in order to prove that it's a regularly conducted activity or business activity, including saying that it was around the time of taking this research. There's about 4 different standards.
I would be inclined to agree with you, Mr. Maher, but for purposes of mock trial, I am going to overrule that objection. You may proceed, Mr. Cooper.
What was your reaction after reading this article?
If it had been carcinogenic in rats, that there was a possibility that it could also be carcinogenic in humans as well.
And why did you think that?
Well, during the early life stages of the rats, they had more brain tumors and cancer, and their bodily organs are similar, quite similar to humans. And so it seemed as if that it could happen in humans as well.
Let's talk about your research, Lush. Did your research into Drufo end after this first study?
No, we conducted a second study on humans to see if it had been carcinogenic in them.
And were you still an intern when you started this second study?
No, I was not.
And how did you receive word that you needed to start a second study?
Through an email from my boss.
Your Honor, with your permission, I request that co-counsel share what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 4.
Granted.
And have you seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
And what is it?
It is the document from my boss talking about how we would conduct a second study on humans to see if it had been carcinogenic.
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, we move to enter Exhibit 4.
Any objection?
Objection to hearsay as well as best evidence. There is a question posed through affidavits that this document may have been forged.
Response, Mr. Cooper?
Your Honor, Blake Doncourt does claim that this is a manufactured and forged email, but my client believes otherwise, and I would like to have their opinion be heard to the jury, if with your permission.
I'm going to overrule plaintiff's objection, defendant's objection to the document. Defendant will have the opportunity to cross-examine this witness as well as other witnesses concerning the credibility of this document.
Your Honor, if I may, I also would like a response to my hearsay objection.
Mr. Cooper?
Your Honor, this is hearsay, but due to the hearsay exception 8036, this is also a business record, as Lush used emails regularly and studies and communication like this to have reports and studies.
I would ask that my opposing counsel lay foundation for that as well.
Mr. Cooper, would you like to lay any further foundation for Exhibit 4 as a business record exception to the hearsay rule?
Yes, Your Honor. Why do you think that you were sent this email?
Well, they had wanted the people who were in the first study to be involved in the second study as well, to keep it as close as possible, as in that it would be more accurate with the second study if we had kept the first people from the study involved.
And were you an employee of Lush at this time?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, we move to enter Exhibit 4.
Any response, Mr. Maher?
No objection at this time, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 4 is admitted.
What was your reaction to this email?
That they wanted the people who had read this email to interpret it in a specific way.
And was there any concern around the results of the second study?
Yes, it had been brought to mention that it could cause non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
And what did your bosses say to this finding?
To sweep it under the rug.
And did you suggest a solution for this problem?
Yes, it was suggested that we bake the fertilizer.
And what would baking the product do?
It would erase all possibilities of there being a carcinogen.
And why does Lush not bake their products?
Because it's too expensive.
And did you ever see a report of the findings of the second study?
Yes, I did.
And what did the final report of the study into Drufo being carcinogenic in humans say?
Well, it had nothing of mentioned of it causing cancer, but it had mentioned of it having little to no risk.
So the final report left out that the use of Drufo may cause cancer.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Maher, cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Durst, I would first like to bring up something you brought up on direct. You talked about a study done in England, you said?
Yes, I did.
Where Drufo was found to be carcinogenic in rats.
Yes.
But you forgot to mention that the rats ate Drufo, correct?
Yes.
I'll move on from there. You've worked at Terra's Greenery since 2006, correct?
Yes, I have.
And your application got accepted before you were fired from Lush Fertilizer?
It did.
And this broke your non-compete with Lush Fertilizer Incorporated.
May you repeat that?
And this broke your non-compete with Lush Fertilizer Incorporated?
Well, yes, it did.
And that ended in a lawsuit, did it not?
Yes.
Objection. This has already been settled in another court case.
Response, Mr. Maher?
Your Honor, I'm setting foundation to show the bias that this witness could have against the company of Lush Fertilizer Incorporated, as well as the CEO, Blake Doncourt.
Overruled.
And this delayed your employment with Terra's Greenery for 6 months?
Yes, it did.
And you applied there because you knew you were going to be fired soon?
No, I had applied there because I felt like I had no future with the company.
Okay. You felt betrayed by Blake Doncourt at that time, did you not? Honor, it refers to the same exact foundation that I'm setting for the bias and against the company as well as the CEO, Blake Doncourt.
Okay. Overruled.
Your Honor, if we may, we are here to talk about Dakota Weirs.
I understand. I've overruled the objection. The defense is seeking to show bias on the part of Ms. Durst.
Would you like me to re-ask that question?
Sure.
You felt betrayed by Blake Doncourt
Well, yes, I did at the time.
because he told you to grow up and do your job?
He did not say it in the specific words, though.
It's your testimony today that he did not say, grow up and do your job?
No.
Moving on, you went to him about a bad performance review,
Yes, I did.
and this wasn't your first time going to him about a bad performance review.
No, it was not.
And the first time you went, he refused to intervene.
Yes, he did.
He even brought up how many qualified applicants he overlooked to hire you.
Yes, he did.
And you believe that you performed at a higher level than your peers?
Yes, I still do believe that.
And this all led you to applying to the biggest competitor of Lush, Terrace Greenery.
Yes, it did.
And this was so you could get back at Mr. Doncourt.
Maybe at that time it was, but
You said that this could really get Blake's goat.
yes, I did say that.
And that's why you're here today, to get back at Mr. Doncourt.
I don't think it is. That's why I'm here today.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper, redirect.
Yes, sir. So you did have family connections with the doctors.
Yes, I did have family connections going into this job, but that's where it stopped after.
Your Honor, outside the scope of cross-examination.
Response, Mr. Cooper?
Your Honor, I do not believe that this is outside the scope of the cross because he was talking about how her relationship with Blake could have interfered and the bias that she has.
Overruled.
And did your family connection play any more bias after getting your internship?
No, it had not.
And why do you believe that?
I might have had my family connection during the interview portion and to get this, but other than that, I had put my hard work and dedication into this job to get where I was at that point in Lush.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm going to take, thanks to both counsel, I'm going to take a brief pause to do scoring. All right. Does the plaintiff have any further witnesses that they would like to call?
Yes, Your Honor. The plaintiffs call Dr. Casey Rogers to the stand.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, before I begin, may I inquire to my timekeeper as to how much time I have left?
Yes.
You have 12 minutes and 44 seconds left.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name, spelling the last for the record?
Dr. Casey Rogers, Rogers.
And why are you here today?
I'm here to offer my expert testimony on behalf of the plaintiff in this matter.
And just to get this out of the way, who retained you to be here today?
You did.
And as an expert, just to clarify, are you being paid for your time?
Yes, I'm being paid to offer my expert testimony.
I want to talk a little bit more about your educational background now. What did you get your bachelor's degree in?
I got my bachelor's of science in agriculture and chemistry from Colorado State University.
And after obtaining your Bachelor of Science degree, did you continue your education?
Yes, I did. I then later got my PhD in agriculture and entomology from the University of California at Berkeley.
And what is your now current job?
Currently, I am a professor of horticulture and entomology at the University of California at Berkeley.
And do you have any research interests?
Yes, I have many, but the most relevant to this case today are pesticide chemistry and toxicology.
And are you an MD or what is also known as a medical doctor?
No, I am not an MD.
And what's the difference between a toxicologist and a medical doctor?
Okay, so a medical doctor's job is to treat patients based on their illnesses, while a toxicologist's job is to work backwards and figure out how a patient got their illness and figure out ways to prevent other people from getting the same illness.
Do you have any prior relevant work experience concerning the analysis of chemicals?
Yes, I used to work as a research analysis for a large multinational chemical company.
And what did you do as a research analyst?
As a research analyst, it was my job to review and analyze any relevant information for the products I was working on, as well as to produce end results of my analysis for my boss and clients. And I also generally worked to ensure there were no business problems between the products for my clients and my employers.
And what company was this for?
Unfortunately, I cannot say which company it is. If you look on my CV, you can see that it's confidential.
And to your knowledge, has your research been used for anything else?
Yes, it has been used in front of litigations and advisory boards before. I've also given precautionary analysis for companies and administrative bodies on what their employees can and cannot do when they come in contact with dangerous chemicals.
Have you published any scholarly articles?
Yes, I've published 6 so far.
And how many of those involve DRUFO?
4 involve DRUFO, and one of them specifically involves DRUFO and its regards to humans.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that my co-counsel is now sharing their computer screen for what has been pre-marked as exhibits 6 and 7.
It will so reflect.
Starting with exhibit 6, have you seen this document before?
I have. It is my CV or resume.
And where have you seen it?
I wrote it.
And moving on to exhibit 7, have you seen this document before?
Yes, I have. It is a list of my published.
Where have you seen this before?
I also made it.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of exhibits 6 and 7 for its accuracy has been shown and authenticity stipulated to.
Any objection from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Objection hearsay.
And response?
Your Honor, this is an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted, therefore it is not hearsay.
Anything further that you'd like to say, Ms. Onyejekwe?
It's pronounced Onyejekwe, but
I'm sorry, Onyejekwe. I apologize.
it is being used to prove her. It is being used to prove her education.
I am going to overrule the objection of the defense to the exhibits 6 and 7. Go ahead.
Your Honor, pursuant to Colorado Rule of Evidence 702, the plaintiffs asked the court to accept Dr. Rogers as an expert in the fields of chemical toxicology on humans and DRUFO toxicity and carcinogenicity.
Any response or any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. She is accepted as an expert in those areas.
Dr. Rogers, what is DRUFO?
DRUFO is an ingredient in fertilizer and a bonding agent used in lush fertilizer.
What is a bonding agent?
Well, generally speaking, a bonding agent is a chemical that is used to adhere to different materials. These materials can either be the same or different.
To your knowledge, who has the patent for DRUFO?
Lush fertilizer was invented and has a patent for DRUFO.
And what is DRUFO used for by Lush?
DRUFO is used to keep their fertilizer intact and preserved.
And to your knowledge, how many Lush products use DRUFO?
Based off my research, I would say all of them.
Specifically concerning DRUFO, what did you research?
I put together a study that researched the correlation between DRUFO and potentially harmful effects on humans.
How did you arrange your study?
Well, I used 3 different groups in my study. The first was a control group consisting of people who never came in contact with DRUFO. The second was a group who consisted of people who came in contact with DRUFO only on occasion. And the last was a group of people who used DRUFO on a regular basis.
And how long did your study last?
My study lasted for several years.
And what did this study find?
The study found that there was indeed a correlation between DRUFO and adverse health effects.
Could you please elaborate for the jury?
Sure. The study suggested that DRUFO did indeed cause potentially harmful effects on humans, such as cancer.
And what about those with light to moderate exposure from DRUFO?
Well, those with light to moderate exposure to DRUFO showed that they were 5 times more likely to develop cancer than people in the control group, while people in the group who were exposed to DRUFO on a regular basis were 10 times more likely to develop cancer than the control group.
And during your studies, was non-Hodgkin's lymphoma found to be a form of cancer suffered by those with DRUFO exposure?
To be specific, there were 2 different varieties of cancer that showed up in my study. They were the endocrine and endocrine variety, the latter of which includes non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
And concerning DRUFO exposure, is there anything that can be done to mitigate risks of exposure?
Well, yes, there is. See, Drufo can usually cause harm people if it is breathed in as an aerosol, if it comes in contact with skin. The best ways to mitigate these risks is by wearing a mask or wearing long sleeves and long pants.
Did you review Dakota Weir's medical records as part of your testimony today?
I did indeed.
Did you also review her employment records?
I did.
What did you find when analyzing these records?
I found that Dakota Weir's was similar to those who were in my study, specifically the people who were in the group that came in contact with Drufo on a regular basis.
What does this all mean?
It means that since Dakota Weir's does indeed have non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and that she was exposed to Drufo on a regular basis for a period of 4 years, that those facts plus the result of my study suggest that I can say with a high degree of certainty that Dakota Weir's did indeed develop non-Hodgkin's lymphoma due to her exposure to Drufo.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Onyedrikwe, do you have any questions for the cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. This is your first time testifying as an expert witness.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Response?
This lays foundation for motive or
Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
you think that this case will open the door to class action lawsuits?
To be fair, because of my study showing that Drufo does indeed lead to several adverse health effects in humans, I believe that Dakota Weir is not the only person to suffer from her exposure to Drufo. Therefore, I believe that yes, other people do need to be protected from the fact that Drufo can cause harmful effects.
And you hope that if you're successful in this case, and it does lead to a class action lawsuit, you will forefront that battle.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Response?
Again, this is providing foundation for a motive.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
And you hope that if you're successful in this case, you'll forefront that battle.
If this case is successful and Dakota Weir does prove that she got her non-Hodgkin lymphoma from Drufo, then I believe other people should also come out and with other people who have experienced negative health effects from Drufo should also come out and show that they too feel the need that Drufo should be put a stop to.
Right. Moving on. You conducted a study
I have conducted a study in Drufo.
that includes a control group of people who had never been exposed to Drufo.
Yes, it did contain that group.
A group of people who used products containing Drufo on occasion.
That was another group, yes.
And a group of people who were exposed to Drufo on a regular daily basis.
That was the other group, yes.
This study included farm laborers who could have hypothetically been exposed to other chemicals as well during the study.
Hypothetically, they could have.
This study does not account for the other chemicals that farmers could have been exposed to.
Not necessarily.
You cannot account for other chemicals being involved within the study.
There are other chemicals used by farm laborers and gardeners. The study was mostly following those who used Drufo.
You cannot. Drufo was the sole cause of cancer because there could have been other chemicals involved.
No one can definitively say anything without proper scientific backup. And since I have conducted the only study in this matter, I can say with a high degree of certainty that Drufo does cause adverse health effects, but cannot say definitive. Well, I cannot say for sure because again, science only allows to say things for sure whenever there's a lot of evidence to back up for the hypothesis.
You made specific recommendations for protective clothing.
I have done that.
Such as long sleeves and pants.
Yes, long sleeves, pants, and mask would not be helpful.
And you reviewed options to reduce exposure and related risks.
I have.
If there is to be a testimony that someone did not wear protective clothing, this would contradict your recommendations, correct?
My recommendations strictly say that people should wear long sleeves and clothing and masks when coming in contact with Drufo. Earlier today in this case, Dakota Weir said this was also a recommendation provided by her boss.
However, your recommendations?
It would go against my recommendation.
Right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect? Ms. Pavetti?
Yes, Your Honor. Why do you hope to be the forefront of the battle against Drufo?
I hope this is because I feel since that I have done the most accurate study into Drufo effects on humans, I will be most able to help those people who also feel they should be compensated for their effects that have been caused by Drufo.
And about your study, why doesn't it account for other chemicals?
It doesn't account for other chemicals because farm laborers will always use other chemicals. It also doesn't account for them wearing lawn sleeves and clothing in the field because there wasn't adequate time to study that.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony,
Your Honor,
Dr. Rogers.
the plaintiff's rest.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll take a brief pause for scoring. All right. Would the defense like to call their first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the defense would like to call Dr. Devin Williams to the stand.
All right.
Good afternoon. Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Dr. Devin Williams, Williams.
You work as a toxicologist for Lush Fertilizer, is that right?
Yes, I lead the Lush's Toxicology Research and Development Labs.
How long have you worked at Lush Fertilizer?
I've been working at Lush for about 10 years, 7 of those as the lead toxicologist.
And what sort of education do you need to become the lead toxicologist?
Well, I earned my bachelor, master's, and PhD from the Colorado State University, Fort Collins. And then additionally, I did a specialized post-PhD program in pharmacotoxicology at the University of Utah.
Do you have any certifications relating to toxicology?
Yes, I do. I am currently certified in the states of Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming.
Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to Rule 702, I move to enter Dr. Devin Williams as an expert in toxicology.
Any objection from the plaintiff?
Yes, Your Honor, a brief voir dire.
That is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Williams, when you first joined Lush, half of the original Drufo team had already moved on, correct?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, it got cut off, the sound.
Of course. When you first joined Lush, half of the original Drufo team had already moved on, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And you started as a technician, not a toxicologist?
No, but then later I was promoted to the toxicologist lead.
And you never worked with Drufo personally?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Your Honor, this goes to the fact that the witness has no expertise with Drufo personally. All she has is any research.
Overruled. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to make another statement, Mr. Damon? I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor. As this is a voir dire, I think this goes more to the weight of the witness's testimony rather than their credentials when going through with her credentials, with her education, training, knowledge, and experience. I think it more goes to the credibility and the weight, and it's not relevant for a voir dire.
Response, Ms. Pavetti.
Yes, Your Honor. This is completely relevant because, as opposing counsel has said, he wants to enter her as an expert in toxicology, and therefore if she hasn't worked with Drufo, I do not believe that she should be allowed to make any expert opinions on Drufo toxicologist-wise.
Okay, the objection is overruled.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
Yes.
So you never worked with Drufo personally?
Well, I was part of the development team of developing Drufo. So I would say no, I do have involvement with Drufo.
Is it your testimony today that you were developing Drufo?
I helped develop as
You gave a statement prior to trial today, correct?
yes,
And while giving the statement, you were under oath?
yes,
And after giving the statement, you checked it for completeness and accuracy?
yes,
And it included everything that you know of that could be relevant?
that I can, yes,
And you knew that you should have updated it if anything new occurred to you before trial?
yes,
Your Honor, let the record reflect that my co-counsel is showing a copy of what has been of what is the witness's affidavit.
It will so reflect.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that I will be referring to the witness's affidavit, page 41, lines 22 through 23.
It will so reflect.
Please read along while I read aloud. When I joined Lush, about 50% of the original Drufo team had already moved on to other ventures outside of the company. That's what it says, correct?
yes, but I thought your question was referring if I had involvement with Drufo.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm going to object to misquoting the witness.
Your Honor, that is not what the witness answered. She said that she worked on Drufo's team specifically, and in this, it says from Drufo.
I think what I am seeing is that 50% of the original development team had moved on, and not all of the team. So I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Your Honor, I move to strike.
And I will strike the statement. I think the statement that plaintiff's counsel was concerned about was that Dr. Williams had worked on the Drufo program.
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Williams, you mainly oversee environmental impacts,
Yes,
not human impacts.
no, as I recall, I see how it might affect human, which you can see in my affidavit later on, but
And just to be clear, you work for the defendant company,
yes, I work for Lush Fertilizer.
so you're not an independent expert?
No, not quite.
No further questions, Your Honor. We do not object to this witness being entered in the field of toxicology. However, we do ask that she does not make any expert opinion regarding toxicology with Drufo, as she did not work on Drufo.
Response, Mr. Damon?
No objections on having the witness stay within her qualified field.
All right. She is admitted as an expert in the area of toxicology and her field. I'm a little concerned about where we're going with the Drufo and whether she may testify as to that. Mr. Damon? I'm understanding that you would agree that she is not going to testify as to the Drufo?
Your Honor, as an offer of proof, my witness will be testifying about the quality of other studies relating to Drufo rather than Drufo itself.
All right. All right. Well, as a toxicologist to that, you may proceed.
Now, during your career as a toxicologist with Lush Fertilizer, you were on the development team for Lush Fertilizer, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And could you please briefly explain what Drufo is based on your knowledge as the research and development team?
Well, from what I know, Drufo is a non-nitrate polluting ingredient used in the lush fertilizer.
And what was Drufo developed for?
It was developed to prevent the pollution of nitrate.
And what makes that so important?
Well, Drufo, it binds the ingredients in the fertilizer to the grass or other plants. Therefore, less fertilizer is being used and sprayed, which reduces pollution.
Okay, so I'd like to talk about studies done on Drufo. You were present in the courtroom when Dr. Casey Rogers testified about their study on Drufo, right?
Indeed, I was.
What are your thoughts on Dr. Rogers' study?
The study doesn't hold a lot of merit as Dr. Rogers' study lacks both validity and reliability.
Why does Dr. Rogers' study lack validity?
Well, the fundamental validity mistakes that Dr. Rogers makes is that in layman terms, it compares apples to oranges. So Dr. Rogers' studies compares people who seldomly use fertilizer to those who excessively use fertilizers, such as gardeners or landscapers. These people have completely different lifestyles.
And why is this difference in lifestyles so important?
Differences in lifestyles means different environments, which leads to different environmental exposures.
So you also said earlier that Dr. Rogers' study lacks reliability. How does the study lack reliability?
Well, Dr. Rogers' study lacks reliability field, and more importantly, nor has it been replicated.
Why is replication so important?
Well, replication is important because you want to identify an effect rather than the possibility of chances. Additionally, having only one study can include flaws and bias.
So, Dr. Williams, in your expert opinion, how valid is Dr. Rogers' study?
The study is not valid. The results of the studies are completely miscalculated, as is comparing two completely different things.
And in your expert opinion, how reliable is Dr. Rogers' study?
Dr. Rogers' study lacks reliability because no one has ever replicated the results, which allows for any sliver of bias to be present.
And finally, in your expert opinion, is Dr. Rogers' study a good study on Drufo?
No, the study lacks basic fundamental concepts of validity and reliability. It's a major miscalculations and the conclusions are being misused.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Ms. Pavetti.
Yes, Your Honor. You believe Drufo to be revolutionary?
Yes, I do.
And that's because it acts as a bonding agent for both the fertilizer itself and for the fertilizer and the plant it's attaching to?
Yes, which reduces dust pollution.
And this is supposed to eliminate the amount of nitrates released into nature?
That's correct.
Because the nitrates released excess nitrogen, which led to the problems for the environment and humans?
Yes.
But Drufo doesn't actually eliminate nitrates from being released in the fertilizer.
No, as it just helps bonds the fertilizer to plants more so.
So that's a no?
Yes.
And the European Union has rejected Drufo?
Yes, it has, mainly because in lab setting, it still produces some small levels of nitrate, which the EU banned.
And Drufo, and because the same underlying problems exist with the nitrates being released?
Yes, as I stated.
And the product Drufo has still been allowed to be sold in the US and other countries?
That's correct.
And to be clear, Lush has not appealed the European Union's decision.
We are still a small company, so we don't have that financial fund to try to repeal it.
And the result of the lawsuit, if had you taken it to the EU's decision, affects how any future appeals to the EU would be handled?
Yes.
And you are the head of the department for Lush that oversees Drufo development?
Yes, I am the lead.
And you state you've reviewed the data that has said data shows that non-Hodgkin's lymphoma is not caused by Drufo?
That's correct.
But you do not have that in court today, correct?
No, I do not.
And you are aware of the study by Dr. Rogers?
I am.
And you criticize Dr. Rogers for having limited the sample group to only groups of laborers?
Yes, as there's not enough sample studies, nor has this study been replicated.
You also criticize Dr. Rogers for not having had her study peer reviewed?
That's correct. Any good study should be peer reviewed for any flaws or biases that could occur through the study.
And you also criticize that it has not been replicated.
That's right.
And you would agree that all of these criticisms don't question the results of the study, but just the scientific process of it?
To have a good result and you have to see how the scientific process was produced. Obviously, this has a validity issue and replicability issue.
I'm sorry, doctor. So you're saying that it does have to do with the scientific process, not the results?
Well, the scientific process affects the results. That's what I'm trying to say.
But either way, that does mean that her data could be correct.
Yes, with a slim sliver of bias and not quite narrowing the effect, but just having a chance of possibilities.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Damon, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Dr. Williams, on cross-examination, you were discussing how the scientific process could influence results. Could you describe that a little more?
Well, to have a good results from a study, you have to follow all the scientific process to get to that. So if you have a lack in the scientific process, it's going to heavily affect your results, which might produce not a reliable effect of the result itself.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony, Dr. Williams. Does the defense have any other witnesses they wish to call?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to call Skylar Weirs.
Right.
Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
My name is Skylar Weirs. That's Weirs.
What is your connection to Dakota?
I'm Dakota's twin sister.
Miss Weirs, you're testifying against your twin. Why is that?
Although I love my sibling, I know as a researcher in agricultural technology that Lush Fertilizer's product is just as safe, if not more so, than its competitors. My sibling's blame on Lush is misplaced.
Can you explain what you mean by agricultural technology researcher?
Yes, so I've been actually researching and writing publications about agritech for about a year now, and agritech specifically focuses on the advancements in safety and efficiency of modern-day agricultural products.
How extensive is your research?
I spent almost a year writing and tracking down publication sources and information, including those from the United States Department of Agriculture, as well as the National Association of State Departments for Agriculture.
Can you describe your familiarity with this topic of agritech?
Yes, along with the publications that I actually tracked down, I also authored an article questioning the narrative that there is a causal link between Drufo and cancer before Dakota was diagnosed.
In addition to Drufo, do you have experience researching other chemicals that claim to be carcinogenic?
Yes, I've actually researched other pesticides and herbicides which contain well-known carcinogens such as glyphosate, arsenic, and nitrates.
Could you describe the publications that you publish for in addition to your research?
Yes, so Rashless Magazine that I write for is a science education magazine that's dedicated to resisting the spread of pseudoscience and irrational beliefs. My publications and work specifically focus on questioning the causal link between Drufo and cancer.
Do you have a college degree in agritech?
No, I do not.
Is a college degree important in your research?
Despite not having a degree, my credibility still stands due to my extensive knowledge, research, and publications that I have on the topic of agritech.
Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 702, based upon their knowledge or their experience, I am tendering Skylar Weirs as a qualified expert witness in the field of modern agritech to render an opinion on the potential impacts and safety of pesticides, herbicides, and other agritech products.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, a quick voir dire.
You may.
You have no college degree, correct?
That's correct, as I stated previously.
Meaning you have no training or education besides a high school degree, correct?
I would say that part of my education actually comes from my extensive research and knowledge that I have had over the past year.
Meaning you have no formal education, correct? So you have no formal training about agricultural technology, correct?
Yes, as I stated previously, that is correct.
And you haven't worked with Drufo or any carcinogenic chemicals personally, have you?
I have not worked with them. I've just extensively researched them and written publications on them.
Have you worked in the lab with them?
No, I have not.
And you have written articles about UFOs, flat earth theories, chemtrails, anti-vax culture, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you still testify against your twin.
Yes, I'm here today to resist the spread of this pseudoscience and dangerous campaign that's being put against Lush Fertilizer and their product Drufo.
Your Honor, at this time, we object to this witness being an expert. Due to Rule 702, the witness has not shown formal knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education in the field of modern agricultural technology.
Response.
My witness has actually shown, in accordance to Rule 702, they have shown that they have knowledge due to extensive research, and they've also shown their experience.
So the objection is overruled, and under Rule 702, a court will accept Ms. Weir's testimony as an expert in the areas of modern agritech and the effect of pesticides. You may proceed, Ms. Anjakwe.
What is your of Drufo?
So although Drufo contains nitrogen, it actually doesn't contain carcinogens that many competing pesticides do, such as glyphosate and arsenic.
Given that Drufo contains nitrogen and nitrates, what should a consumer do when using the product?
So anyone working with known chemicals should be using proper protective gear, at least a mask and gloves.
Have you rendered an opinion on the causal link between Drufo and cancer?
Yes, I have. Research that actually shows whether Drufo causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma or any other kind of cancer is inconclusive at best. There's actually a much more clear causal link between cancer and other pesticides.
And are these factors reasonable?
Objection outside the scope of the witness.
Response.
This question shows how she was pertaining to the causal link between cancer within pesticides.
I believe she was admitted as an expert in the areas of modern agritech and effective pesticides, so I am going to overrule the objection. You'll have the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Cooper. Go ahead, Ms. Onyejikwe.
And are these factors reasonably relied upon by experts in your field?
Yes, the International Agency for Research on Cancer actually classifies arsenic as a known carcinogen, as glyphosate as a possible carcinogen, both of which are active ingredients in other pesticides and fertilizers, but not in Drufo.
What are these factors you relied on?
So Drufo's bonding process is actually far superior to that of its competitors' products. It doesn't contain these active carcinogens that other products do, and there is no conclusive research that actually links Drufo to cancer.
Can you tell me more about Drufo's bonding process?
Yes, so Drufo actually bonds to Lush Fertilizer's active ingredients as well as the grass, effectively preventing them from being washed away as quickly. This means that the chemical will not have to be applied quite as frequently, and it also reduces the solubility of Lush Fertilizer.
Based on these factors that you have researched on Drufo, as well as your expert opinion, do you think it is possible to definitively say that Dakota could have developed cancer through Drufo?
No, as I mentioned previously,
Objection, outside the scope of the witness.
Response?
Again, my witness was admitted to give an expert opinion based on the causal link between pesticides and herbicides and their links to cancer. And this is also, and she's now giving her expert opinion about whether or not Drufo could have had a causal link with cancer, which, as it is a pesticide, and she was entered upon to give an opinion of whether or not a pesticide is linked with cancer.
I'll overrule the, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
We believe that this is medical testimony, and as she is not a medical doctor nor medical expert, we believe that this is outside the scope of the witness.
And you can cross-examine her on that issue, Mr. Cooper. Objections overruled. Ms. Onyejikwe.
Shall I repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Based on these factors that you have researched on Drufo, as well as your expert opinion, do you think it is possible to definitively say that Dakota could have developed cancer through Drufo?
No, as I stated previously, there are a whole other host of pesticides and herbicides that actually contain active carcinogens that Drufo does not, and all of these are frequently used in the field of landscaping.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper, cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Let's talk about the chemical compound called Drufo. You wrote about Drufo, right?
That's correct.
Your sibling was exposed to Drufo, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But you weren't exposed to Drufo, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Because you didn't do landscaping, correct?
Yes.
Dakota said that you did everything together. Is that true?
Yes.
Everything except be exposed to Drufo, correct?
Yes.
And you testify against them, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's talk about agricultural technology. You said that besides the US government, you have the best knowledge of anyone. Isn't that true?
Yes, that's correct, due to my extensive knowledge and research for over a year.
You said that Drufo is a bonding agent, correct?
Yes.
And it prevents ingredients from the fertilizer from being washed away, correct?
Yes.
And you said that Drufo is an active pesticide, correct?
No, Drufo is an ingredient in an active pesticide made by Lush Fertilizer.
And is it your testimony today that Drufo is not an active pesticide?
Yes, as I stated previously, Drufo is a bonding agent in the active pesticide created by Lush Fertilizer.
You gave a statement prior to trial today, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
While giving this statement, you were under oath, correct?
Yes.
After giving this statement, you checked it for completeness and accuracy.
Yes.
It included everything that you know of that could be relevant.
Yes.
And you knew that it should have updated, that you should have updated it if anything new occurred before trial.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I request that my co-counsel share the witness's affidavit?
Yes.
Let the record reflect that I will be referring to the witness's affidavit, page 38, line 81.
It will so reflect.
And doesn't it say directly in here, Drufo is also an active pesticide?
Yes, that is correct. I use
No
Drufo.
reason for Lush Fertilizer to add pesticides found in other grass seed products.
Yes, correct. I use Drufo and Lush Fertilizer's product interchangeably as they are a part of the same product that I'm talking about here and how they do not use other carcinogens.
And Drufo is an active pesticide.
Your Honor,
Your
misquoting the
statement.
witness.
I'm sorry, Ms. Onyejikwe.
Objection, misquoting the witness.
Mr. Cooper, response in line 81.
Your Honor, what I have just stated is pulled directly from the witness's affidavit.
I think there may be a difference between active and effective in line 81.
Yes, Your Honor. I did read that incorrectly, but it does say, as you can see, Drufo is also an effective pesticide, meaning that it is a pesticide.
Yes, all right. So at this point, the objection is overruled. Mr. Cooper is citing the statement correctly now.
And pesticides are poison by definition, correct?
Yes, that's correct, but it doesn't contain the carcinogens that I mentioned in that affidavit.
But that's a yes, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. And Ms. Onyejikwe, did you have any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Swears, could you please reiterate your expert opinion on the causal link between cancer and Drufo?
Yes, so essentially what I say here is that Drufo is an active ingredient within Lush fertilizer. And what I'm discussing here is how this ingredient within the fertilizer can be used as an effective pesticide, which means that the carcinogens within other pesticides do not have to be used in Lush fertilizer's product, Drufo. And this is why you cannot have a causal link between Drufo and cancers, because Drufo does not contain these carcinogens that are cancer causing.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony, Ms. Weirs. Does the defense have any further testimony or evidence they would like to present?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the defense would like to call Mr. Blake Doncourt to the stand.
All right. And you may proceed, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Doncourt, will you please state your name and spell the last for the record?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? My computer was muted.
That's all good. Can you please state your name and spell the last for the record?
Oh, my name is Blake Doncourt, and that's spelled Doncourt.
And Mr. Doncourt, what is your occupation?
Well, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Lush Fertilizer Incorporated, and I have been so since the year of 2000.
And what have you done for your company?
I have built this company from its small roots to one of the largest commercial and yard fertilizer.
Objection to relevance.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm just setting foundation for the witness himself. He's just trying to explain why he's here.
Overruled?
Could you repeat that?
Yes, of course. What for your company?
So, like, I built it up from its small roots to one of the largest commercial and yard fertilizer manufacturers in the world.
And how has your company impacted the community?
So we as a company actually donate 10% of our annual profits to notable charities that in turn decrease the Earth's nitrogen footprint. And our company has also been very instrumental in developing both state and national legislation to help educate on environmental issues.
And Mr. Doncourt, what kind of research has your company done that relates to today's case?
So our company, we actually conduct extensive research. And when I say extensive, I mean a lot of research, quite in depth on our products. And it, you know. On our fertilizer products.
And how did your product development evolve from that research?
So our product, we were, with the amount of research we did, we actually came to the conclusion that Drufo was not carcinogenic like there are other claims stating. And with that, we were able to have the freedom to use Drufo in our fertilizer products. And it was even actually certified by the EPA.
And how do you feel about the claims that Drufo is carcinogenic?
So I haven't seen any scientific research that would back those claims about Drufo being carcinogenic. The only claim about Drufo's potential harm came from Casey Rogers, which it seems no one even heard of this claim until this litigation.
And Mr. Doncourt, if it's okay, can we talk about past employees?
Yeah, you can.
How does Carson Durst relate to this case?
So Carson initially started working for Lush as an intern, and her job was to actually dislocate any potential harm or risks within our products. And as things go, we eventually had to fire her. But she took her training and expertise to Terra's Greenery, our biggest competitor.
And you heard Carson Durst's testimony today, correct?
Yes, I did.
What is your reaction to Carson's claim about Drufo's carcinogenicity?
Objection relevance.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm asking about I'm asking the witness to talk about another witness's testimony here in court. I believe that that is fairly relevant to the case.
Overruled?
Would you like me to re-ask that, Mr. Doncourt?
Yes, please.
What is your reaction to Carson's claims about Drufo's carcinogenicity and Lush's research?
Well, one thing I know for sure is that these claims about Drufo being carcinogenic and being linked to non-Hodgkin lymphoma is that they didn't even come to fruition until after Carson was fired and started working for Terra's Greenery. She had every opportunity to bring any harm to our attention, but she never did. And we actually lent our email system to the plaintiff's lawyers. They found nothing within our emails that would even suggest Lush knew of any potential harm within Drufo.
And did you hear the testimony about the emails?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to bring up Exhibit 4.
Granted.
Just one moment while my team member brings it up.
No problem.
Mr. Doncourt, can you see Exhibit 4?
Yes, I can.
And have you ever seen this email?
No, I have not.
And was this ever found?
No.
I would like to move on from that. You can take it down. And finally, I just want to ask you, how do you feel about Dakota Weirs in this lawsuit?
Well, I'm thankful that Dakota's disease was discovered early and that her road to recovery looks very promising. However, Lush has proven very effective in producing both safe and effective products. And we are very careful in our extensive research on our products. I feel bad for Dakota's disease, but I am confident that Lush had no such cause for her non-Hodgkin lymphoma.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Ms. Hollebeck.
Yes, Your Honor. Your company is the creator of the product known as Drufo, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Your company did not put a warning label on your fertilizer packaging, correct?
Yes.
Lush Fertilizer was responsible for testing the safety of this product, yes?
Yes, we are.
You were sent an email concerning the risk of Drufo, were you not?
Yes.
Please refer to Exhibit 4. A moment while my co-counsel pulls the exhibit up.
No problem.
Is this the email that was sent to the leadership of Lush Fertilizer Incorporated, correct?
Yes, I was just shown this on cross-exam or direct examination.
Is this your name in the address section of the email?
Where is that?
Permission to have co-counsel highlight the section.
Granted.
Yes, that is my name.
Does this email contain information regarding the potential carcinogenic effects of Druvo?
Objection, Your Honor, cumulative.
Was it cumulative, Mr. Maher? I'm sorry, my sound cut out.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Hollebeck, response?
A minute to confer with my co-counsel.
No problem.
Your Honor, permission to ask opposing counsel to explain their objection.
He indicated it was cumulative. I think for purposes of this mock trial, I am going to overrule the objection. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you like me to repeat the question, Mr. Doncourt?
Yes, please.
Does this email contain information regarding the potential carcinogenic effects of Druvo?
It would seem so.
Is the email in front of you marked as unread?
Yes. I think that's what you're pointing at. I'm not sure. Yes.
So an email sent to the overseers of Lush Fertilizer about the safety of Druvo was not read based off the exhibit in your hands?
Yes.
Let's talk about the testing done on your product. You do not bake any of your products, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Is it true you do not bake your fertilizers because it is too costly?
Yes, I'm running a business here. We need to not, spend extensive amounts of money.
Your Honor, let the record reflect my co-counsel is sharing the screen of what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 8.
It will so reflect.
Would you please identify the document you see on your screen?
Yeah, I see it right there.
Would you please identify what it is?
Yes, this is our profit sheet, like where we get the profit.
What do you know about this document?
I know that it represents our profits made in our company.
Does this is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
I would say so, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of Exhibit 8. Its authenticity has been stipulated to and its accuracy shown.
Any objection, Mr. Maher?
Yes, Your Honor. There's actually been a time discrepancy, but I would like to first make my objection to hearsay.
Go ahead.
Your Honor.
So, I'm sorry, hearsay. Go ahead, and then we'll address the timekeeper.
Your Honor, this is not hearsay. Due to Rule 8036's and hearsay exception is a business record created by Mr. Doncourt.
Objections overruled. So I guess off the clock, timekeeper, can I get some information about this time dispute? Oh, it looks like.
It seems that the other timekeeper did either not started it. Oh, 1 second. One second. I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
No, that's fine. Take your time.
So basically, right now on my clock, I have 3 minutes, 58 seconds. It seems that the other timekeeper has, I'm guessing,
2 minutes.
2 minutes. And I have stopped them each time there's been an objection, and then started it as soon as, our council, started talking. So I do not understand why they have a lower time, but it is more than 15 seconds between the two of us.
Okay, and who is speaking right now? Which team are you on? Which timekeeper are you for?
I am for, I'm the timekeeper for team 3.
Okay, and so the team 2 has, how many minutes are left on team 2's clock? Or what does team 2 say, cross-examination? How many minutes are left on cross-examination?
I have 2 minutes and 49 seconds.
So 2 minutes and 49 seconds. And how many minutes do you have on team 3? From team 3? Are you saying
minutes? 3 minutes and 58 seconds.
58 seconds. Okay, so it is almost an entire minute.
So I have a question. Could it have been anywhere with like voir dires?
No, I've been timing my voir dires and starting this clock when the voir dire is, and then once it's done, I've been stopping it.
Okay, I've been doing the same thing.
Okay. So what I think what we'll do, just for unless Mr. Bailey has a suggestion, is kind of split the difference there. And maybe set the clocks. Let's see. It's 3:58, 2:49. I'm not. 4. Let's
Yes.
say at 3:30, maybe we could do. I'm just trying to come up with a number, maybe 3 minutes, 25 seconds.
If I may, Your Honor,
Yes.
purely because we're on the cross for team 3, I request that we go with our team's time purely because it is for our team.
Your Honor, I ask that we do go with the lower time because either way, there is a time discrepancy and I think that it's a fair solution to go in between the two times, seeing as both timekeepers say that they are correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally, I am confident that the timekeepers have been working very hard to keep track of the various, the testimony, the voir dire, the objections, so I do not fault them in any way. But I think what we'll do at this point is reset the cross-examination clock to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. All right.
That is fine with me if it's fine with the other timekeeper.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. So we're going back to Ms. Hollebeck for her cross-examination.
Your Honor, just to clarify, we have published Exhibit 8 to the, correct?
It has been admitted, yes, Exhibit 8 and published.
Okay. Mr. Doncourt, this exhibit shows the 6% and 2% increase in profit if you do not bake your fertilizers, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Is it true that in 2004, it only cost $250,000 to bake your fertilizers?
Yes.
Is it also true that in 2004, your income profit was $1,657,000?
Objection, Your Honor, cumulative.
Response?
Your Honor, this is not a repeated representation of evidence within the exhibit.
Overruled.
Is it true that your income profit has increased since then?
Yes.
In total, from 2004 to 2014, your total profit was $18,994,341, correct?
That is correct.
In total, from 2004 to 2014, you would have only lost $2,615,553, correct, by baking your fertilizer?
Yes.
Does baking your fertilizers remove any risk that they are carcinogenic?
Well, there's no need to bake something that doesn't need it.
Sorry, is that a yes or a no?
Could you repeat your question? Sorry.
Does baking your fertilizers remove any risks that they are carcinogenic?
Well, it would, however, there's no carcinogenicity in our product.
So just to clarify, that is a yes?
Your Honor, I think my client has sufficiently answered the open-ended question.
And I would agree that he has answered to the best of his ability. So,
Your Honor, I will move on.
Thank you.
And you still decide not to bake your fertilizer?
That is correct, yes.
By not doing this, you did not properly treat your fertilizer, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say not properly. We still do treat, well, not treat, we made sure our fertilizers were efficient enough to be sent out to the public. They were even certified by the EPA, and there is still no reason to bake it.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect, Mr. Maher.
Mr. Doncourt, why was there no need for a label?
Well, because there was no harm within it. There was no carcinogenicity that would be in our product.
And with the email Exhibit 4, you still have never seen this document ever in your life?
No, I was only shown it during when you showed it to me in direct examination. I would say it'd be safe to say I was a little confused when it was brought up again during cross.
And did the plaintiff's lawyers go through your email system?
Yes, they did. We loaned it to them and they found no such email.
And a quick question, why would you bake your product?
Well, we would bake it to take any dangers away from it. But if there's no dangers within a product already, there's no need to bake it. And also it saves money for our company.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor. And I ask, barring no recross, my witness be able to step down from the stand.
All right, that is granted. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Doncourt.
And at this time, the defense rests.
Thank you. We'll take a brief pause for scoring. All right. Would the plaintiff like to make a closing argument?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I apologize. Would the plaintiff like to make a closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, before I begin, I would like to reserve any remaining time I have for a rebuttal.
Granted.
Your Honor, opposing counsel, and members of the jury, how much is one life worth? The defendant, Lush Fertilizer Incorporated, and their representative, Blake Doncourt, created the product known as Drufo. This dangerous product caused the plaintiff, Dakota Wares, to get the chronic illness known as non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So I ask, how much is one life worth? Earlier today, my co-counsel presented tests done on the product Drufo. I would like to explain these tests a bit further and examine, more importantly, the results of these tests. Simply put, carcinogens found conclusive evidence that Drufo was carcinogenic in rats and potentially carcinogenic in humans. Additionally, Dr. Rogers found a correlation between Drufo and cancer and stated that Dakota Ware's symptoms were consistent with the ones found in her study. As you have heard, Both witnesses found a correlation between Drufo and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and yet Lush Fertilizer paid no attention to it. However, these tests are not the only facts that prove Lush Fertilizer's negligence. Skylar Wares, the defendant's own witness, stated that Drufo, by definition, is a. This was backed by the testimony of Dr. Devin Williams, who not only said that Drufo is banned in the EU, but that Drufo contains nitrogen, which is a known carcinogen. If the defendant doesn't even listen to its own company's concerns about a product, then why would they listen to the concerns of their customers? Blake Doncourt made it very clear that the reason his company does not bake their fertilizers is because it's too costly. Let me remind you that baking their fertilizers remove any question that Drufo is carcinogenic, and still they did not. Even without this, they could have put a warning label on their packaging, and once again, they did not. Members of the jury, the burden is on the plaintiff to prove that the defendant, 1, manufactured a fertilizer product containing the chemical compound known as Drufo. 2, was negligent by failing to exercise reasonable care to prevent unreasonable harm or risk to persons who the defendant should have reasonably expected to use. 3, the plaintiff was one of those persons the defendant should have reasonably expected to use the product. And 4, the plaintiff had damages that were caused by the defendant's negligence while the product was being used in a manner the defendant should have reasonably expected. We had done this. Based off jury instruction number 3, the defendant did not exercise reasonable care. Blake Doncourt has already testified to the fact that they did not bake their products or put any warning labels on their packaging. Additionally, Blake Doncourt testified to the fact that he's the creator of the product known as Drufo. And Dakota Wares continuously encountered their product while working at Haven Landscaping. As a result of her using their product, she accumulated damages that include losing her full ride scholarship to Juilliard. Members of the jury, it was the defendant's product that did not have a warning label on their packaging, the defendant's product that was not baked properly, and it was the defendant's product whose testing results came back inconclusive, resulting in a second study, and so much more. So I ask you, how much is Dakota Ware's life worth to you? Please return a verdict finding the defendant negligent. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the defense like to make a closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, opposing counsel, and members of the jury, this case is simply miscalculated, misplaced, and misused. This case has so much bias for the plaintiff that simply this lawsuit is being miscalculated, misplaced, and misused. So let's talk about how this lawsuit is miscalculated. First, you heard from the plaintiff's expert witness, Dr. Casey Rogers, who testified about an inconclusive study that they did on Drufo, a study that has not been peer-reviewed, a study that has lacked validity, and a study that lacks reliability in the fundamental aspects of science. You heard from Dr. Devin Williams, an expert in toxicology, who testified about how Dr. Rogers' study lacks the fundamental components of a good study. Simply put, this study is just a pure miscalculation because an error in the method leads to an error in the results. So let's talk about how this case is misplaced. You heard from our expert in modern agritech, Skylar Weers, who testified about how other products have more carcinogenic nature, have a higher carcinogenic nature in their products compared to Lush's own products. You can see that Lush's competitors have a higher causal link towards non-Hodgkin lymphoma and other cancers due to products such as arsenic. Arsenic is not found in Lush fertilizer, nor is it found in Lush fertilizer's product that Dakota Weers used. You also heard from Blake Doncourt, who testified how Drufo is misplaced in a carcinogenic category. The plaintiff brings up a lot of complaints about that they failed to bake their product. But why bake something when it's not carcinogenic to begin with? Why bake something if there is no danger? Why bake something to remove danger when it simply doesn't exist? Now let's talk about misuse. You heard from the plaintiff herself how she failed to take the precautions not only on the label, not only the precautions from her boss, but even her own expert witness. She failed to wear N95 masks, respirators, and protective clothing. Simply put, she misused Lush's product and the way Lush intended them to use their product, with respirators, masks, and protective clothing. I'd also like to instruct the jury to jury instruction number 8. It's our affirmative defense with culpative negligence. And simply put, Dakota Weirs was negligent for her own actions. As you heard from her on the stand, that if she knew about the risk she was taking, she might have done things differently, that she might have done something differently. Not that she would, that she might. In point, she failed to follow any of her precautions. She failed to act in a manner reasonably expected by the company. And her actions led to her own damages. Now we bear the burden of proving to you by the preponderance of the evidence our affirmative defense. And I believe that we have proven that affirmative defense. But I'd also like to talk about how the plaintiff failed to prove their own case and claim with negligence. That they failed to prove that Lush Fertilizer was negligent. As you heard from Blake Doncourt and Carson Durst, there were studies done in-house, but came back inconclusive. Those studies coming back inconclusive don't warrant a label, don't warrant a warning on a label because there was no danger. There was no reason to put the label on the product, the warning on the label, because there was simply no danger, because it was miscalculated, misplaced, and misused. The plaintiff bears the burden of proving to you by the preponderance of the evidence that Lush Fertilizer is negligent for Dakota Weirs' damages. But as you have seen from jury instruction number 8 and 9, simply put, Dakota is responsible for her own negligence because she worked with other chemicals and still failed to take those precautions. Lush Fertilizer isn't dangerous. Lush Fertilizer didn't cause non-Hodgkin lymphoma. Lush Fertilizer is simply misplaced, miscalculated, and misused for the gain of others and conspiracy theorists. Simply put, you must find for the defendant, Lush Fertilizer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any rebuttal, Ms. Hollebeck?
Yes, Your Honor. May I refer to my timekeeper regarding how much time I have for a rebuttal?
Of course.
You have 1 minute and 24 seconds.
Thank you. Defense has tried to convince you that with their argument that Dakota was miscalculated, misused, and misplaced. To begin, miscalculated, Blake Doncourt admitted to the fact that he did not bake his products because of money. $250,000 to be precise, out of our almost $1.5 million profit. Misused? They claim that Dr. Rogers did not correctly conduct her study. She might not have followed the scientific method. That does not have a conclusive effect on her results. They say it had no danger, and Dakota Weirs and Dr. Rogers did. I would like to disagree. Blake Doncourt could have baked his products, could have put a warning label on their packaging. Dakota Weirs is the one who has non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, is the one who has cancer. She has lost everything. Lush Fertilizer has lost nothing. They could have lost money. They could have lost a warning label, but no. Dakota Weirs is the plaintiff and is the one who has damages. It started with Lush Fertilizer and it ends with Lush Fertilizer. Lush Fertilizer's negligence. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to both counsel, all counsel and witnesses. I think we're going to take a brief pause for 3 minutes in order for for me as well as the other scorers, the jurors to score and submit their scoring sheets.
Your Honor, you're muted.
Thank you. I'd like to check in with the other scoring panelists. Ms. Bowe, are you ready? Are you done?
I have completed and submitted the scoring sheet.
Thank you. How about you, Mr. Migliaccio?
I have as well.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I guess I'll turn to the scoring panelists. I think maybe just, I know we're running relatively late here today, so I think we probably should limit the amount of comments. But I'll just perhaps start with you, Mr. Shoemaker, since I see your face.
Oh, good.
Before we go on that, this is Bailey.
Oh.
Have you submitted your ballot?
I did as well. Yes, I apologize. I did as well.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this was a wonderful way to spend the afternoon. And I'm a member of the Colorado Springs Rotary Club, and I've probably been doing mock trial for about 15 years. And when I come, I'm not looking at the legal arguments. I've got lawyers on the panel, and they'll take care of that. And all I would say is hopefully next year we'll be back in person. And the one thing that I usually point out is to the witnesses, when you're sitting back there on the bench behind the attorneys, stay in character. Because, you know, your nonverbals can say a lot of things to people. So you've done, I applaud all of you for what you do and how you've stepped up to battle the Zoom monster with mock trial. And congratulations to all of you, and I wish you well in the succeeding rounds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shoemaker. Mr. Migliaccio, would you like to go next?
Yes. Hi, I'm Dave Migliaccio. I've practiced law for 43 years. I'm retired. I've been involved with mock trial as a coach and coordinator for almost 20 years now. First of all, great job, both teams. You really, really did well. Just going to hit a few highlights that I saw. First thing for the attorneys, I saw several impeachments. Way to go. Impeachment is the hammer for cross-examination. If you cross-examine somebody and they attempt to go away from their statement and you think it's important enough to tag them on it, impeach. And you guys did a good job of getting that impeachment, of spotting that there was an impeachment there and of doing it. That's high-level play, and that's really, really good. The three expert witnesses, all of you had an appropriate expert demeanor. You know, you had the sort of, we describe it as arrogance, and it's okay. It's really okay to be arrogant as long as you're not obnoxiously arrogant as an expert, because you're there because you know more than they do. And you did a good job of that. Witnesses had a really good command of their statements, and witnesses did a really good job of creating character. I thought the openings were good. The closing arguments were excellent. I'll single out Asia. You did a good job of taking the defense theme and using it in your rebuttal. That was excellent. So there were a couple of things that I saw, and you guys might both be going on to state. So I'm just going to give these to you, not as criticism, but just as something you might want to consider. First of all, if the judges handle all these things differently, they handle objections differently. If the judge wants to move on after just an objection and response, and the objector has a response to that, jump in, say, response, Your Honor. You know, if you have more to say, and the judge looks like she's ready to just move on, jump up, Your Honor, response, Your Honor. And they'll usually give it to you. The last thing that I would say is that by the way, you guys did a really good job of admitting the exhibits and a really fine job of negotiating Zoom in doing that. There's one thing, and that is that people have been saying that the authenticity of the exhibits is stipulated. And it happens that I coached a team that didn't hear. But if you look at the case problem and the stipulations, it says the signatures on the witness statements and all other documents are authentic. I interpret that to mean that the signature is necessarily the documents. So the way you could handle that is to say that simply about the exhibit, move to exhibit 4, its authenticity and accuracy have been shown. And that's what I do with that. Otherwise, great job, both teams. Thanks very much for an entertaining performance.
Definitely. Ms. Vo.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Charlotte Vo. I'm a hearing officer with the Department of Revenue. So I hear different types of driver's licenses cases, and I have lots of attorneys in front of me every day. And I can say that you would be, all of you would be welcome in my hearings, because I would say that you are as good, if not better, as some of the attorneys that I see. So I really think that you did an excellent job. I know how much time and effort that you put into this, and it does show. Everyone knew their cases very well. And I know that it's been especially difficult during these times between Zoom and everything else. So Congratulations to everyone for doing such a great job in such difficult circumstances. Just for, I've been also judging mock trial for probably 10 or 15 years, and there are a couple things I generally say to most teams, because I see it in most times, is that first of all, just slow down a little bit. I don't think you realize when you're speaking how fast you end up going. So I think if you just take a moment and slow down, that will help your presentation. The other thing I always say is in cross-examination, don't start your cross with an and. Sometimes you'll just hear these and this and that and this question and that question. Just ask the question without the ands or the okays or the ums. The other thing that I would mention is that I would say from the plaintiff side, if you're going to go on to other rounds, which I know you are, but I would say that maybe liven up the drama of the case. You know, this is you want your audience to have sympathy for your clients. So maybe use the sympathy card, use the cancer card. I mean, one of the things I noticed is, you know, an element of this is damages, and yet I didn't hear a lot about, okay, this is how this really affects my life, or this is why I can't play the piano, and this is why I can't go to Juilliard. And then on the defense team, one of the things I noticed was just be careful a little bit about what you're stipulating to as for your expertise. I did note that the plaintiff's witness was, she was a toxicologist, but instead of agreeing that she was an expert in toxicology and just leaving it from there, you agreed she was an expert in toxicology and how this chemical caused cancer. So just be a little bit careful as to, you know, what your experts are experts in. And I think that other people did a good job on that as well, as far as trying to limit the expertise in the area of expertise. But overall, I would say that everyone did a very good job. And again, I appreciate all the time and effort that you put into this, because it does show in your presentations.
Thank you. And I would agree 100% with all the suggestions and comments that have been made by the other panelists. First, that you all are amazing, and you did an amazing and wonderful job. It definitely was obvious that you had carefully prepared today and worked so hard. I was just really impressed by everyone. So I don't really have anything else to add. I know we're running late, and I do 100% agree with everyone else. So, all right. Is there anything else, Mr. Bailey, that we need to do?
No, Your Honor. This trial is adjourned.
Okay.
And everyone who was a part of the judging panel, on behalf of both teams, we wanted to say thank you for being here tonight. And we know that it has been a long night. So just thank you so much for everything.
Oh, thank you very much, Ms. Pavetti. All right. Everyone take care. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you.